Hi, everyone. So, we are back today. I believe they called this the... Grave? No, not grave. It started with a G, something affair. So I'm assuming there is going to be an affair going on. And from what we understand from the ending of the last one was there was a man who is currently dead. There's a man who is currently dead, and there was a woman who is still alive. And this happened in like the middle of the night. Let's see what all that's about. Abbey Grange affair. I was like, I feel like it's like something grave affair, but no. Grange. Apparently. Ugh, my nose itches. Hi, Giga. How you doing? It begins! Thank you for the hip hats.
Ah, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, here you are. I'm very glad that you have come, but perhaps I should not have troubled you after all.
And why is that?
Lady Brackenstall has come to her senses, and she has given so clear an account of the affair that there is not much left for us to do. You remember that Lewisham gang of burglars?
What, the three Randalls?
Exactly. The father and two sons. It's their work. They stole a silver service, which is of great value.
Sir Eustace Brackenstall is dead, then?
Yes. His head was knocked in with his own poker.
A violent act of aggression.
Yes, the poor lady. She has had a most dreadful experience. She was assaulted and tied to a chair. But I think that you would best see her and hear her account of the facts. She's in the morning room with her maid to raise a rod.
Where is the body of the deceased?
In the dining room. We haven't touched anything.
All right, I'm going to examine it.
Very good, Watson.
Lady Brackenstall awaits you in the morning room.
Ah. Jesus. Why? I didn't need 3 of those in a row. That's rude. I didn't ask for the head pats.
Ladies, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting Inspector Lestrade in this investigation.
Mr. Holmes, I am the
Hi,
wife
Alex.
of Sir Eustace
Oh my God.
Brackenstall. We were married only a year ago.
I am
Jesus
sorry
Christ,
for your loss.
she looks
Please accept my deepest
rough.
condolences.
I suppose that it is no use my attempting to conceal that our marriage has not been a happy one. I fear that all would tell you that, even if I were to attempt to deny it.
My goodness. This poor woman. I mean, please excuse the reference if this is not appropriate. But to me, it seems like he had it coming. He had it coming. He only has himself to blame. Australian. Oh, wow.
Can you describe to me the events of yesterday evening?
Is it really necessary? I have already told Inspector Lestrade all that happened.
Yes, madam, it is.
I will tell you then. Sir Eustace retired about 10:30. I sat in this room until after 11, absorbed in a book. Before I went upstairs, I entered the dining room to fetch a candle and... oh God.
Please, go on.
As I approached the French window, I found myself face to face with an elderly, broad-shouldered man who had just stepped into the room. Close behind the first man, I saw two others.
Jesus.
One of them struck me a savage blow with his fist and felled me unconscious to the ground.
And then?
When I came to myself, I found that they had secured me tightly to a dining room chair. It was at that instant my unfortunate husband entered the room.
He fought with the intruders?
Yes, I think he had heard them, for he was holding his stick. But they were three, and he eventually succumbed. One of them, the elder one, struck him a terrible blow with the poker. I fainted once more. When I opened my eyes, they had withdrawn. Then my brave Teresa came to my assistance.
Did these three villains steal anything?
Yes.
My
I found
hands
that
are
they had
freaking
taken
out
the silver
already.
from the sideboard. But you can see for yourself in the dining room.
You mentioned that your marriage was not a happy one. Was there anything specific that was troubling you?
He was not a nice man when he was drunk. And he suffered from dark moods, but nothing else.
The bruises on your hands are at least 1 week old. Your husband caused those bruises?
How do you... Yes, he did. He was very angry at the time.
Okay, I'm turning my
Out of
hands off.
control.
Give me a minute.
Again. Sir Eustace was a drunkard. To be tied to such a man for life is worse than death.
Your ladyship?
Oh, what a horrible thing to have happened.
The Times. Family business booming. Randall gang is back on the street. Less than a fortnight ago, this infamous family of burglars, the Randalls, as they are known, made their reappearance by way of brutal but successful intrusion into one of the wealthier homes in Sydenham. The police are already on their trail. However, the details of the crime are being kept confidential, including that of the name of the victim. A witness was able to provide a precise description of all three men, and this will surely give the police a chance to complete their profile on the family of delinquents. We would take the liberty of reminding our esteemed readers about this highly dangerous band and to provide the full description as it is available at the moment. The gang has been in business for some considerable time, being a family of three, a father and his two sons. The elder, Jack Randall, is a man in his 40s and already gray-haired, while of average height and build. Being the mastermind behind the burglaries, he retains control over his sons, both whom are close in age but very different in appearance. The first son, William Randall, is tall and broad shoulders, with a small, disproportionate head. The younger brother, Melvin Randall, is of a somewhat weaker constitution, and is as skinny as a rake. The gang is wanted not only for their frequent thefts and break-ins, but for the exceptionally brutal pirate career they enjoyed before returning to England. Be alert, and may your valuables stay safe. Luckily, I think this might be a shorter one. So I'ma just put this out here.
The description of the Randall gang provided by Lady Brackenstall is identical to the one in the Times article.
The fact that I found that so quickly, that note was in the same room that she was in, that she didn't immediately give a statement until later. I feel like she might be using that as a cover-up. I really don't want to I don't want to call a victim the perpetrator, but that seems weird. I will just say that now.
These scratches are most definitely made by the picture frame.
Ooh, is there a safe behind it? Yes, there is.
This is Sir Eustace's safe. There may be something important inside. I must ask Lady Brackenstall to open it. This photograph of Lady Brackenstall and her maid Teresa was taken at a port, but which one? This photograph.
I mean, I don't want to say it, but lesbians.
So the lady and her maid
Adelaide
came from Australia a year and a half ago on this ship.
Randall's blamed, Randall gang. Testimonies and evidence match. Robbery was faked and the whole story was invented in order to blame Eustace's death on the Randalls. Honestly, unfortunately, that is what I'm thinking right now, is this one. They're being blamed for it. I don't like that I think that, as you can probably imagine.
Teresa, I would like to hear your testimony.
Certainly, sir. As I sat by my bedroom window, I saw 3 men in the moonlight down by the lodge gate. But I thought nothing of it at the time. Oh, if I'd known.
And then?
I went to bed, and it was more than an hour after that I heard my mistress scream. And down I ran, to find her tied to the chair and him on the floor with his head smashed. That's all I know.
Must I also say that it's strange that if she was tied up and she was struggling, we should look at her wrists? I really don't want her to be the killer. That would make me very sad. Could be Teresa, but like still.
Lady Brackenstall, could you open this wall safe?
No, it is my husband's safe. I do not know the combination.
We have to open it. Your ladyship?
It's almost like you know something, Sherlock.
Let us try. This safe can be cracked. I only have to pay attention. The dial will vibrate when it is set to the correct number.
I was thinking it was going to vibrate my controller, but this game is also originally meant for mouse, so that wouldn't really make sense.
Antique coins, possibly of
Jesus,
value,
that's a lot of money
but
in
they're
here.
scattered without care. It is common practice to keep one's valuables in a safe behind a painting. It should not really pose a challenge for a criminal.
The fact that this symbol... Yeah, I was about to say, it looks like a medical report. Dear Sir Eustace, your current physical and mental state is of great concern. There are several signs of haptic decompensation. Hepatic decompensation. The last time that we met, your eyes were bloodshot and your skin was tinged with yellow. There is a peculiar odor from your breath that is common with those suffering from liver damage. Then there are the lung abscesses that we have discussed. The leg cramps you have described to me are caused by an alteration to the nervous system, which in turn is caused by an excess of alcohol. That includes the tremors. Your liver seemed excessively hard at the time of your examination, which is a sign of an evolving cirrhosis. There are also signs of ascites, maybe, fluid in the peritoneal cavity. Oh my god, so many big words. Help. Which are evident with your swollen stomach. The pain beneath your left rib indicates a pancreatic malady, which may lead to a fatal and fulminant pancreatitis. Your condition may pose a risk to others. Your excessive alcohol consumption lowers your self-control and heightens your aggression. I am available to help you with this problem. There are a number of treatment options. Anything else? More money?
Oh, what a horrible thing to have happened.
What's up, Aki?
Sir Eustace's doctor speaks of his violent behaviour.
Yes, Sir Eustace was an extremely violent man. A detestable human being, to be more precise. It is true that he once threw a decanter
Yeah,
at me.
it is.
And all because I dared to stand up to him in defence of my mistress. Sly devil. God forgive me that I should speak of him so now that he's dead. But a devil he was, if ever one walked the earth. We met him only 18 months ago. She'd only just arrived in London. Yes, it was her first voyage. She'd never been from home before. Wonder with his title and his money and his false London ways. If she made a mistake, she has paid for it, if ever a woman did. She doesn't have any friends here, so it was especially hard for her.
So I'm retooling what I said. I think it's more of a mother relationship. Seems like. No acquaintance. Lady Blackenstall married Eustace shortly after arriving in England and remained at home during this time. There's little possibility that she or her maid are acquainted with anyone in the country. Lady is acquainted with someone from the Rock of Gibraltar. I'll leave that for now.
Sir Warthen Brackenstall.
He looks mean.
Lord George Brackenstall. Lord Ramsay Brackenstall. Lord Brigham Brackenstall.
Brigham Bracken.
Baron Lyndon Brackenstall.
Ugh.
You should examine the body of Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
He's not wearing shoes. Wah.
It appears that the bell rope was cut by someone taller than me. A fur trader's cabin. A trapper's hut. A hunter scene. A hunting scene. Antique hunting weapons. A bottle of wine is missing here. This candlestick is valuable. It is interesting that it was not also stolen. These wine bottles are expensive and mostly from France. An empty silverware box. It appears that the intruders have stolen the contents. The criminals did not thoroughly ransack the house. They only took a little silverware. The hunting scene.
I'm really leaning towards that she did it, which is
So,
really making me
Watson,
upset.
what have you learned from examining Sir Eustace's body?
Well, I can confirm that the death was instant. Sir Eustace was facing his attacker
Oh,
when
that's
he
good, at
received
least.
the blow to his head. There are no other apparent injuries.
At least he didn't suffer, I guess.
The head was cracked with the force of the blow. That must be the murder weapon. Quite a large stick, a formidable weapon. Barefoot, he had therefore been in bed and did not have time to fully dress. It is covered in blood. Sir Eustace might have struck his head upon it while falling from the blow. That is one possible explanation.
Deadly accident. The death of Sir Eustace could have been due to his accidentally striking his head on a fireplace grate. Or a poker blow. Death of Sir Eustace could have been due to a poker blow. Could have been either.
A deer hunt.
They didn't take anything off the table either. Chateau Calos Bigu. Grand Cru. Am I saying all the French right, honey?
What?
Am I saying all the French right? Chateau Calon de Gu? And then Grand Cru.
You said chateau, right?
Calon.
Cru. Fucking hell. I just...
Hey, Jade.
A decanter
I know
standing
it's the
next to
name.
the open bottle. An inseparable pair indeed.
This glass has blood on it.
This glass has some wine traces, but no visible beeswing.
Oh, I thought it was blood. Well,
This glass has some wine traces, but no visible beeswing.
what's a bee's wing is my question.
There is beeswing at the bottom, as if the wine had not been decanted before being poured. It is rather strange that only one of these glasses has dregs of beeswing inside it, while
Oh,
the
it's the
other
little,
two
like,
are
particles at the
clear.
bottom.
Chateau Calon Ségur, French
Calon
wine,
Ségur.
Grand
Yep.
Cru.
Grand Cru.
Sailor's knots. That's interesting. This rope is handled by the murderers. We need a scent hound to follow their trail. I will take it with me. This is the chair that Lady Brackenstall was tied to.
So, were there 3 people or 2 people here? So the possibility is that there are 3 people. One of them likes the weird unfiltery bits. Or there was 2 people and they used a 3rd glass to get rid of the filtery bits, unfiltered bits. Is there any other things that I can... Wait, actually. They talked about them being pirates, so if the criminals were identified, would they... No. I would assume that if they were pirates at one point, they would then also, you know, no sailor's knots.
This door leads to the upstairs bedrooms. Apparently the criminals did not venture there.
The death was instant.
Oh, I can go outside. Very fancy. A well. Can't interact. Really? It's like... Oh. It's brightly colored. It looked like I should be able to interact with it. No? Fine. Also no? Really? Hmm. Wow, there's not much outside, is there? Hmm.
There are 3 glasses on the dining room table. I was wondering if...
Oh, I forgot. When I came to myself the first time, each of them had a glass in his hand. They might have been a father and his 2 sons. They talked together in whispers, and then they left.
Your ladyship?
That sounds sus as hell.
Please leave my Mary alone. She suffered so much, she deserves some rest.
So, based on us needing a dog, let's go see Toby. Toby, 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 Toby.
Come on, Toby. We need the best nose in the British Empire on this case. I agree with you, Toby, that Watson's shoe is preferable to Mrs. Hudson's cold cuts.
Yes, so this is Sherlock and his husband, Watson.
This is where I keep my
I read the
post.
letter already. Got it. Okay, back to Abbey Grange with our Toby. Puppy! Look at him. Aw, I love him. Bork.
Search, Toby.
Ooh. His little waddle. Bark, bark. Oh, so I was on the right track. I just couldn't go in there yet. Oh no, I can't. What? Sniff? Because I didn't have Toby to be like, there's something in there now.
The intruders entered the shed for some reason when they were making off with the silverware.
Pork, pork. Okay, this is how slow he walks, by the way. And then this is him running. My heart, he's so sweet.
The scent leads to the well. I should check it.
All the silverware down the well.
The intruder's trail is lost behind this wall.
Yeah, he's very cute.
The criminals left the house through
Basset
the French
hounds are
window.
so cute.
They walked to the shed, then across to the well, before fleeing by climbing over the wall. I wonder why they chose such a winding route. There's something glittering at the bottom there, but how can I reach it?
Bucket.
I need a...
Interesting. I would guess that would be in the shed.
This hook might be useful. Small gardening tools, nothing of great interest. Bags of seed. Some empty bags were recently moved. This old suitcase sounds hollow. It must be empty.
It looks like silverware.
Silverware. This is hardly a coincidence. The Brackenstall coat of arms. It appears that we have found the stolen silverware.
Robbery is a motive. Imitated robbery. Seems like an imitated robbery at the moment. You said it was death via poker. I'm gonna guess it was 2 people. And could know a sailor? I don't... It doesn't seem right though. I'd say it doesn't know anyone else. Because I'm really thinking that it was the wife and the servant.
What do you know about Sir Eustace, Inspector? What was his reputation?
A charming man when sober, but an absolute demon when he was drunk. In such moments he was apparently capable of anything. Why, once he splashed fuel on Lady Brackenstall's dog and set it alight.
Oh my god!
Another day he threw a decanter of wine at Miss Wright's head.
He set a dog
The
on fire!
alcohol
What the
seemed
fuck?
to madden him.
To the point that we were forced to intervene
Jesus
several
Christ.
times to avoid a scandal.
Inspector, I have recovered the stolen silverware.
You are a wizard, Mr. Holmes. And where is it?
In the garden well.
Excuse me?
Unique, isn't it?
Rather absurd. What is the point of stealing silverware and then throwing it down into a well?
Perhaps it was used as a temporary hiding place, or simply the thieves wanted to get rid of it. It is up to us to solve this mystery.
I'm not gonna say he needed to get hurt. What I'm going to say is sometimes people get what they deserve. Eustace was violent toward his wife. Murderous visitor. Sir Eustace was murdered by the one person who was visiting that night. It was he who tied up Lady Brackenstall. He is tall and strong.
We found your silverware, Lady Brackenstall. It had not been taken very far.
Is that true? I am very thankful to you, Mr. Holmes.
Your ladyship?
Oh, are you okay? What's wrong, Aki? Also, yeah, originally I was thinking lesbians based on a picture that we got of them, but now how they talk about each other, it really seems more like a mother-daughter relationship.
We found your mistress's silverware.
Oh, that's good news. You really are as clever as they say.
Indeed.
Indeed. That's not what I wanted. I wanted this button? Yeah. Oh, you didn't tell us. I will be sending you lots of good thoughts then. Lots of good thoughts. I mean, I would say that's fair. Stress and being scared is one of those things. You can't really figure out when it's gonna happen, you know?
A fur trader's cabin.
No, I looked at everything on the body already. Okay.
A trapper's hut.
Toby. Hi.
Brave Toby. The best nose in the British Empire.
Very good dog. Wow. I would suggest that you don't, Jade. It's not a good thing. I mean, you definitely can. It's just... yeah.
Let us see how the rope was cut. The fibers at the end of the rope are smoothly cut. Let us try to find out what tool was used to cut the rope. The fibers from this cut appear to be different.
Bodies can be weird.
If I cut the rope with a knife, it matches the original.
Sailor background. The rope was cut with at once with a sharp knife and tied quickly into sailor's knots. That could indicate that the intruder had a sailor's background. Look for a sailor. The person who was visiting that night was probably a sailor. Search for sailor suspects? And we find out it was that guy again that's already in jail. Yeah, that's actually very rare. It's very common for AFAB people to be not taken seriously about their pain. Statistically, I think it was like 75% of them get less pain management options than AMAB people. And usually the suggestion is like over-the-counter or like Tylenol or ibuprofen.
Oh, what a horrible thing to have...
Please.
Holmes, don't look at me like that. I don't know what to think about all this.
Where did I... Huh. Thought I was looking up the portraits that I saw, but I don't know where I'm going. Oh, I guess home. We're looking for this person.
What should we do next, Holmes?
A map of London and the surrounding area. It could be useful.
Arrival of the Rock of Gibraltar. A ship returned. The Rock of Gibraltar, a bulk carrier from Adelaide Southampton London line, Barnard Building, James Street, London, has returned from a 6-month voyage through India, New Zealand, and Australia. The ship brought to England Miss Mary Fraser, the heiress of the Fraser family, owning land and tin mines in Australia. This reported beautiful young lady is presently engaged to Sir Eustace Brackenstall, one of the wealthiest gentlemen in Kent. Has anybody here seen Steins Gate? I saw parts of it as well. I did not like it.
Here it is.
Du-du-du.
The shipping company, the Adelaide, Southampton, London line, and its address. Interesting. It must be the place where they keep the records, including the one for the crew of the Rock of Gibraltar.
I think that if you pretend you're from Scotland Yard, they'll give it to you without any problems.
But I have another solution. I'll call in the specialist.
Your brother?
Watson, I need Wiggins. Is he anywhere nearby?
He's right across the street. You can give him a sign from the window.
Wiggins! Young Master Wiggins.
Brave Toby.
No,
the best
all
nose
Wiggins.
in the British Empire. Wiggins, could you come upstairs, please?
Oh,
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
I need a register, my young friend. If you could borrow it, there will be half a guinea for every one of you. I need the crew list of the Rock of Gibraltar in 1893 and their current employment.
I'm straight on it, Mr. Holmes.
Do you really think they'll find it, Holmes?
why not?
My secret police is better than the Yard in many ways.
Also, I love how Watson was like, just go in there, tell them that you're from the police. They won't check.
Here it is, Mr. Holmes. But we can't take it back. It's too risky.
Put it on the table. I'll take care of it. Good work, young Wiggins.
I left it right on the table for you, sir.
There's so many tables here.
This list shows the senior officers of the Rock of Gibraltar, on which Lady Brackenstall and her maid made their voyage. Lady Brackenstall does not know anyone in England. This must mean that someone on this list is our mysterious visitor. And these are the lists of the senior officers of the Adelaide, Southampton, London line ships. Let us find out who was in London upon November the 7th.
Could be this one. Nope. Could also be this one.
I do not think that this... This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved. This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved. This officer was on a ship that sailed half a month ago. He wasn't in London at the time of the crime. This officer was on a ship that sailed half a month ago. He wasn't in London at the time of the crime. Mr. Jack Crocker was in London upon the date of the crime, and he is due to depart in 2 days. This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved. This officer is still at sea, therefore he cannot be involved.
Well then, that made it easy, doesn't it?
Captain Jack Crocker is our mysterious visitor. He was the only one around at the time of the murder.
This Crocker, do you think...
It would be interesting to meet him. Our young friend should be able to find him. Wiggins, could you find a way to bring this Captain Crocker here to us?
Here you go, parents.
Holmes, that could be dangerous.
No problem, Mr. Holmes.
Why do I feel like a quick time event is going to happen?
Mr. Holmes, I was informed that you were looking for me, and I'd like to know why.
Yes, it is important that we talk. You will soon understand why.
You got a knife.
You are acquainted with Lady Mary Brackenstall, are you not?
Yes, I think I do remember her from when I was first officer, but I still don't see...
It seems your relationship went beyond that of mere passenger and first officer.
How dare you?
Like how the knife is made.
Indeed,
Made an
how
ominous
reckless
sound.
a feeling is love, particularly if one is prepared to commit a murder in its name.
Explain yourself this instant.
You are aware that the murder made the headlines of the morning press. You read the newspaper report, but to your dismay, found it much fabricated. Once you learned that I wanted to see you, you came straight away. You needed to know what I had found.
You... and what do you know?
That evening, you were with Lady Brackenstall, despite the danger.
I'm not afraid, Mr. Holmes. Besides, all of this is just guesswork.
You would be right, if there was no evidence.
What then?
Lady Brackenstall was tied to a chair on the night of the murder. And it was you who tied her up.
You call that evidence?
Yes, as she was tied with a sailor's knot. Your handiwork.
So, it's a sailor who's done it. That proves nothing, Mr. Holmes. I'm not the only sailor in London right now. Your theory is flawed anyway. On the night of the murder, I was aboard the Sharp. I was supervising the repair of a porthole.
At night?
It was an emergency. There was a leak. You can ask the ship's carpenter. He can confirm.
I'm sure that he can.
Perfect. In that case, we have nothing more to talk about. Good evening, gentlemen.
Well, there wasn't a quick time event.
Holmes,
Surprise.
what should we do now? Would you like to check his alibi?
No, there is no doubt that these men will testify in his favor, and there will be no way to check.
So, what then?
So, we must work with what we have. We have all the puzzle pieces.
Now I understand why you dissected the bell rope.
He was real calm. Yeah, he was. Crocker's lying. His moment is clear. He appeared as soon as he heard that I was looking for him, thus signaling his guilt. He was aboard the Sharp on the night of the murder, was not afraid to confront me. He was confident. Captain is a killer. I gotta sleep in a minute, but I have to ask you first. Heads or tails? Ooh. Tails. Jackie agrees. Tails also. So, there's that. So let's say he had an alibi. Oh. Well, apparently I won a bonk on the head. Not acquainted with anyone. Say there were 3 people. Ah. And then the Randalls are guilty. Currently, those seem to be our 2 options. Either we think it's the captain or we think it's the Randalls. Based on everything, it seems like... Stated robbery. People. A domestic accident. Oh, thank you for the sub, Alex. I hope you like the little animation that I did. So, the Randalls did it, Captain did it, or it was an accident. I don't think it's the wife. I don't think it is either. I think it's the captain. What proof do we have either way? So we have the proof in the form of, one, there was a person who was not in the building when we got there, who went outside, ransacked inside, grabbed stuff, knew that there was a hook in the shed, opened the well, threw the silverware in the well, and then jumped over the fence, right? And when they tied the wife up, they had to cut the rope from taller than what Sherlock was, which is what the captain was. He was taller than Sherlock. So it would very easily be over the head of the wife as well. So she would not have been able to reach it. Also, when she was tied up, she got tied with a sailor's knot on the chair. The other thing is that they were both aboard the same vessel. When she actually moved to England from Australia, they were on the same vessel. What else? So why don't we think it's the Randalls? The reason I didn't think it was the Randalls was because she didn't immediately give us her statement. Well, I say us. I mean, Lestrade. So when he initially was interviewing her after he had been called there, she didn't give a clear, definite statement of what happened, right? It was only when Sherlock got there that she gave a definite statement, which means that had been several hours that she had been sitting and thinking about making the statement that she did. In the same room as her was a newspaper clipping about the Randalls, about what they looked like, their exact description, and that the fact that they had a pirate background. That was found in the same room. And Lestrade even thought that it was weird. He was like, oh, actually, I guess you can go. She gave us such a clear timeline of events that I don't think we need you here. And Sherlock was like, no, I'm gonna be here though. So it seems like she was using the Randalls as a cover. My thought is that there is a possibility that When even Lestrade notices it's weird. Yeah, right? Exactly. And yes, I think the maid is helping with the alibi. I'm gonna guess what happened is that the wife and the sailor were together drinking. The wine was not decanted before it was poured because they didn't have enough time, you know. So they had a third glass that they were pouring any of the unfiltered bits of the wine out into. They were having sort of a romantic drink by the fire, essentially. And I'm assuming what happened was the husband walked downstairs and found them, and they murdered him, and then had to come up with a cover-up for it to make sense. Because based on what the maid said, she didn't hear anything until an hour later when the wife screamed, and she, at that point, was already tied up. So, in the time that it would take a maid to get up out of bed and walk downstairs, supposedly, the Randalls had not only tied her up, Eustace had come downstairs, they had had an altercation where Eustace had been murdered, ransacked the house, grabbed the silverware, and then left, but made a stop at the shed and at the well before jumping over the fence to leave. That seems highly unlikely that the maid did not see them at all. Right? So what I'm thinking is that it was in fact the captain, and that this wasn't necessarily planned. It might have been planned, who knows? Was it cold blood or was it an accident? That's the thing that I'm not sure about. It seems like if it was... So here, if he was killed by the poker that they're saying he was killed by, then it is a purposeful murder. If it was an accident, none of this other stuff fits. So it can't technically be an accident. It has to be on purpose. Might have been. I mean, he was pretty abusive. Yeah. Personally, I don't think it was planned. Unfortunately, that's not an option that I can give, is that it was an unplanned murder. Did what? They intentionally tied to cover up. Yeah, that's what I think, so. That's what I think. And Sherlock specifically said that we had all of the clues already. Funny. So this is sort of what I'm thinking. Either way, let's go. Okay. Yeah, I think the captain did it. I'm definitely gonna arrest him. Murder was committed in self-defense. He defended a woman against a violent and dipsomaniacal is a weird word I have never heard before. The mystery is solved, but you decide to keep it a secret. There's no need to inform the police. Fuck no, I'm informing the police. Do you really think Lestrade's just gonna be like, so, what happened? Nothing? Okay, cool. That doesn't seem like that would... No, arrest him.
Wiggins, could you ask Mr. Crocker to come here again, please?
Right away.
Barely an hour has passed.
Why did you make me come here again, Mr.
Maybe.
Holmes?
It is over. I know that it was you who killed Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
What?
Please don't punch me.
I know, because of the height at which the rope was cut. The knife used was a sea knife. The knots were sailor's knots, and not least the sheer force that was put behind the killing blow. And because you are the only one who knows Lady Mary Brackenstall in London. And because you love her.
I know, right? It really
It's
feels like
true.
he's just gonna punch me.
It is time for you to tell us the whole truth.
I admit that I loved Mary madly from the first day that I met her. But I never did come to visit her, for I believed that she was in a happy household. When I talked to her maid, who told me everything, I was insane with rage. I was due to set sail for 6 months away. I wanted only to see her again. But it turned into a damnable nightmare when he barged in. He dared raise his hand to her. He was not even worthy of licking her boots. Oh, I regret nothing. I admit I killed the monster out of love for her.
Oh.
She will forgive me if she is able.
Lady Brackenstall already forgave you. She said nothing.
Mary.
But that makes her an accomplice as well as her maid. It places her in danger yet again.
Mr. Holmes.
You would not have managed to protect her.
Till I die, do you hear me? Here is a letter that sets everything clear. And it is the one that should be disclosed to the police. I am the only culprit. Mary had nothing to do with it. Now it is time to end this.
Oh. Uh-oh. Yeet. Got it. Hold your
You
herrings,
should have
Captain.
let me die. How can I live if Mary suffers?
I am sorry, Captain Crocker.
I mean,
but
he
there
wouldn't
has
be the
been
first
quite
person to
enough
randomly
death in
just set
this
off a
case.
gun in this house.
Inspector, I give you Sir Eustace's killer. He tried his best to perform his own justice.
Well, I'm not surprised. Yes, it was me. I confess.
Here is a piece of evidence that can be used in court.
Perfect. A case that went smoothly for once.
Sir Eustace was murdered by Captain Jack Crocker, who was visiting Lady Brackenstall at night. They staged it as a robbery by the Randall gang. Crocker used his sea knife to cut the bell rope to tie the lady, and then hid the silverware in a well. He committed a violent crime, which... Cogent? Undiggin. Hi, Fate. He deserves punishment. I'm gonna guess that I got it right. Let's see. I did get it right, and I got all the clues. Yeah! Law protector. 94% of people solved the case this way. Only 35% of people made that choice. Yes, much knowledge. The Kew Garden Drama. So that one was very quick. It was very short. It was less than an hour. Moore would let him go. It was self-defense. I mean, I don't know. So it took a little bit less than an hour. Should I possibly... I don't know how long this next one's gonna be. I might do another one, depending on how long. Do it. Do it. Well, not so much self-defense, but in defense of a lady, but... Okay. Intro time.
Holmes, for heaven's sake, whatever's going on?
Oh, they did this in the movie.
Hello, Watson. You're early. Did you kill all of your patients?
What? Holmes, where have all these wretched bees come from?
I increased the temperature of the room so as to prevent them from hibernating. I needed to take a sample of honey. But it worked, Watson. We will have honey all year round.
He filled their apartment with bees so that they could have honey?
They're domestic bees, Apis mellifera, such industrious workers. Anyway, Watson, I am sorry, but I must leave you. I'm in rather a hurry.
You have a new case?
Yes,
What the
but
fuck?
nothing as thrilling as this experiment. A theft of plants at the Royal Botanic Gardens in Kew. I'm helping a minister who's an old friend of mine. You can join me if you like.
Well, I'll admit that I'd far rather accompany you than remain alone here with these workers of yours.
The poor
Besides,
woman that owns this
you need a
goddamn
helping
house.
hand with the flowers you're intending to bring back.
Watson, however did you guess?
For the great Sherlock Holmes to bother with the theft of plants. Come on, admit that you're planning to spoil your little bees with some rare pollens.
Since when did I become so transparent? Let us go.
Honey, we will have honey. Chaotic is the best thing that I can describe him by. Does anyone know how many cases are in this game? Yeah, but the husband attacked in a rage, right? While also the boyfriend then also attacked in a rage? Who is the worst one here? Ooh,
Well, Holmes, here we are at the Royal Botanic Gardens.
not
There's
enough.
no doubt that this place is beautiful. But are you really intent on investigating the theft of the plants?
There's 8.
Yes, of course.
How many have I done? 6? Okay. I'm gonna try and be as non-spoilery as I possibly can. I'm just gonna Google how many cases. Uh, 6 separate cases. That's what I did. Oh. There are 8. It says 6. Wikipedia says 6. Are they lying to me? Wikipedia wouldn't lie to me, would they? So, Black Peter, Riddle on the Rails we've done. Bloodbath, that's 3. Abbey Affair is 4. We've only done 4 so far. Yeah. We're on Q Drama, which is 5. I was like, wait, how... Are there hidden ones? So you're next to last case. I'm wondering, is it going to be like... I wonder if this is going to be really long or if the last one is going to be... I'm going to guess the last one's going to be really long, actually. I keep making you doubt. Yeah, just a little bit. Okay. Back to snooping. That one seemed like really short. I feel like that should have been put more towards the beginning of the game. You know? They seem to be having a disagreement.
Don't touch anything else, is that clear? Just go and get a bucket of fertilizer. And without turning it over this time. Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you? If you are here for a visit, please do come back on Sunday.
I am afraid that it cannot wait. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. We are investigating the theft of plants that took place here 5 days ago. A remarkable collection, I believe.
So you're the one in charge, eh?
A small favor for a friend. Now, to whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
I am Martin Hamish. I am the Deputy Director of Kew Gardens. And that fellow yonder is Albert. He works here.
Ooh.
I am delighted to meet you. What can you tell us about the plants?
They were rare and exceptional plants.
They
We
eat
presented
people.
them at our last exhibition. We haven't removed the stand yet. It is still in the large glass house. We only learned of their disappearance the evening after the exhibition, and nobody saw anything.
No doors were forced?
No, but I would imagine that for a thief it would be fairly easy to gain entry, for there are no guards here.
Well, if you don't mind, we will take a look. Now, you say that it is in the large glass house.
Yes, the one just behind me. Just a second, since Albert has nothing else to do. Albert, show these gentlemen where the exhibition was held.
How many people work here?
Only myself, but occasionally 2 students, Albert, whom you have met, and Miss White.
Miss White, in the greenhouse. With a candlestick.
Here it is. This is the place where the stolen plants were exhibited.
Thank you. Is there something the matter?
Yes, there is. All right, the plants were valuable and rare, but
It said carnivorous plants on the back wall.
2 days ago has been entirely forgotten already.
What tragedy are you referring to?
The director of Kew Gardens, Mr. Montague Dunn, he died here just 2 days ago.
We're very sorry. We were not aware. The 2 of you were good friends?
He was my father.
Oh, jeez.
Oh dear. Our condolences.
Oh.
We should not be troubling you. Please do excuse us for the intrusion.
You say that he died here, in the large glass house?
Holmes?
Yes, just here, near the door to the Colonial Collection. He suffered a heart attack. Just like that. So suddenly. It was terrible. Excuse me, gentlemen, but I cannot remain here. If you need me, I'll be in the reserve. That's the room next to the front of the large greenhouse.
Of course, we understand.
Let me see more.
Here is a list of the stolen plants.
Something carnivorous.
Do not touch.
Yes, Watson, that is what it says.
The plants were here. All of them were stolen. According to Albert, this is where his father, Montague Dunn, was found dead. The traces are thinner in some places. These boot marks are fresh. It appears as though someone was dragging their feet. The footprints reveal that someone staggered here. Soil. It should have come from a flower pot. The soil on the side of this flower shelf is the same as that on the ground.
Do you think he got poisoned? By one of the plants?
The door was smashed at shoulder height.
Ugh.
This door handle is new. It was recently changed.
I think it was Groot. What if it's another Ergot story? Goddamn Ergot.
The esconson was breached near the handle.
Oh.
The door was forced from the inside of the Colonial Collection Room. The handle was changed afterwards.
I think we need to inspect the Colonial Collection Room.
It looks more like what happened was he tried to bash through the door, and when the door opened, he slipped and fell in.
Blood. This sign is broken. Something heavy was dropped upon it.
Yeah, a person.
Someone fell violently against this sign, and they were injured in the clash. Most likely a head wound.
White box. You didn't notice everything on that one thing. Oh, you're right.
Fragments of a flower pot.
That would be why.
It fell down here.
Thank you.
This pot was broken fairly recently. A flower pot recently fell down from these shelves and was misplaced. All the clues around here are quite suspicious. I need my imagination to make sense of it all.
As I said, it seems like he was trying to bash through the door. When it finally opened, the door swinging smashed into this. He tripped because the sudden open door fell and just went woo into the water. Or it could be that. It seems like such a weird thing to bash the door open. No, get out of first person. Thank you. No, that one. So I need to reset. No, breaking door. Damn it. Come on, breaking door is 1. Flower pot 2. Fall on fence 3.
This reconstruction reveals a disturbing fact. Montague Dunn damaged the door of the Colonial Collection Room.
He was in a panic, or the door was locked. Was it an accident, or a murder then, I wonder? I think we need to inspect the Colonial Collection Room.
These trees, with their roots in water, must originate from Louisiana.
Ah, yes.
The bayou.
I remember our visit in the case of the Awakened.
When you say visit with quotation marks... Was it an anniversary, Watson? Is that the truth of the matter?
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
It's kind of true. You don't visit the bayou, you visit it.
According to this, they have light...
Ooh. Pose. This is so cool. I wonder what the botanical garden looks like currently, if it even still exists.
Can I help you, gentlemen?
Hiya. Good night, Aki. Good night, Giga and Arfie.
A task list for Albert, compiled by Martin Hamish. Sweep out the palm house, scrub the toilets, clean the storage shed tools.
Hiya. Consumed by grief. Clean hands seems weird for a gardener.
Do you work here?
Yes, but part-time only, for I'm also studying botany at the University of London.
You're following in your father's footsteps, then. That is commendable.
Well, even if botany is not my strongest suit, there are people who say that I could be a good manager.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
Alrighty, no worries, Aki. As I said, the VOD will be here when you get back. So as a note, ooh. Yes, lots of good vibes to Aki. Everything will go smoothly.
Colonial collection. Nursery. Seed house. Ventilation system. Dry tropics.
Don't select the note under Hamish's motive until you make other connections first. Huh.
Water lily
Okay.
greenhouse. Palm house. Reserve. Director's office, cloakroom, and laboratory. A map of Kew Gardens.
Or else you have to replay the whole chapter? No. Ooh. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Thank you.
Locked. Locked.
That looks shiny. What is it? Let me touch it. Oh, it's just a lighting effect.
Locked. Locked. Nursery.
It was a shiny brick. It looks like I should have been able to touch it, right? Called Sunlight Opal. I've never seen the sun. Excuse you.
Locked. Locked.
I wouldn't dismiss the idea. I am the color of untrodden
Seed house.
snow. Pale as all hell and will burn the moment the sun looks at me.
There is a smell of burning.
That's not good. I feel like burning inside of a botanical house is not exactly a good thing. A broom? Why do they have a broom and a handle?
A door handle? Why would anyone throw such a thing in the fire? The door handle to the colonial collection and that
and a
of the
Venus
fireplace
flytrap.
are made of the same material.
A Venus flytrap.
The plants were set alight fairly recently.
Oh no.
Some have not completely burned.
A gas mask.
A protective mask. Someone set it alight, but it did not burn. The remains of a picture frame.
Weird.
A broom handle was half burned.
These are such weird things to have in here.
The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
Drag me until you get to the end. If I'm awake, I'd like to hear the deductions. Sure. I will definitely ping you. See, look. Look at this lighting thing. It looks like this plant is important, but it's not. You can't lie to me this way, game. With your beautiful lighting effects. How dare you? It's just the color yellow, Opal. Yellow doesn't exist.
Dry tropics. These flower pots are beautiful. They are intended. The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
Red herrings all around. Keep getting tricked. Or I guess yellow herrings?
Water lily greenhouse. According to the
Is the way I went originally. Okay, we're gonna go. Watson, please move. Please. Thank you.
These plants come from all the territories of the British Empire.
One herring, two herring, red herring, blue herring.
These plants come from all the territories of the British Empire.
That's what Vile Plume is based off of. This one. They're known to be stinky.
Very strange. Half of the colonial collection is absent.
Oh. It's a big splotch on the floor. Okay, give me a second.
This broken fragment was the result of a heavy blow. A fragment of marble, most likely chipped from a statue or sculpture. These windows were perfectly cleaned. The smell is strong. It is a detergent. Part of this greenhouse was emptied and thoroughly cleaned. This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system.
So you could have put something in the vent system to poison. Dune was tracked. Perform an autopsy. Perform an autopsy on Montague Dune. Death is suspicious. Why had he forced the door of the Colonial Collections room? Why had someone cleaned and emptied the room? Was it a trap or a simple accident?
According to this, a ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings. A locked.
Boo. Hello, sir. Give me keys. Myopic.
Albert told us about the tragic death of Mr. Dunn, the late director of Kew Gardens.
Tragic indeed. His heart attack was quite unexpected.
Would you unlock the doors for us?
Do you expect to find the stolen plants there? I am sorry, but those rooms are private.
Thank you,
Ooh.
Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Well, that's just rude. You want us to investigate this stuff for you, and then you're not working with us.
Palm House.
To Scotland Yard.
I asked Inspector Lestrade to take Montague Dunn's body to Scotland Yard.
It's ready for autopsy then.
Is there anything in evidence? I don't think so. Oh. Geez, the world.
A beautiful feather pen of a good make.
Club card.
A membership card for the London Crest Club. This watch is of great value.
Mr. F. Wayne, director of the Wayne and Sons Printing Company. My friend, your posters for the great exhibition at Kew Gardens are very beautiful, but it is surely unnecessary to mention all of the staff. My name alone will be sufficient. Montague Dunn. We going clubbing? Maybe. Let's go see our buddy downstairs. Hello.
First of all, let us carry out an external examination. There are no suspicious marks upon the chest. Let us finish our external examination.
Oh,
So
yeah,
that we can
so,
proceed with the autopsy.
Content warning, there's going to be an autopsy. I don't know how on screen it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be very on screen, but still. Just a warning. Oh,
There
forehead.
is an injury to the skull, most probably caused by the fall in the water lily greenhouse.
Is his throat swollen?
The air from the lungs carries a faint floral aroma. The vessels and the pupil of the eye appear quite normal. No redness, stings, or bruises. Nothing suspicious here. Now, let us examine the internal organs.
He definitely used the vent system to get some sort of poison into the room. Whoever did it.
The heart's blood vessels show no pathological signs. The heart tissue shows no visible pathological signs. The liver is enlarged. It would seem that he was suffering from an alcohol addiction.
Normally when you have cirrhosis of the liver, it actually has white spots all over it. I'm surprised that they didn't do that, actually.
The liver tissue is brown.
Tissue.
There are no visible pathological signs. The stomach tissues show no visible pathological signs.
Why is it green?
There is a small amount of content. It appears that he breakfasted lightly, only a short while before his death.
Normally the thing that goes first is the eyeballs, not the stomach.
The lungs are congested and edematous.
They definitely look upset. Ooh.
The tissue on the inferior lobe of the right lung is damaged, most probably caused by toxins from an unknown plant. My suspicions have been substantiated. Montague Dunn, the director of Kew Gardens, died from poisoning. Plant poisoning, to be more exact.
You mean...
Yes, it is murder.
We should inform Lestrade.
Yes, but do remember, Watson, that I discovered the murder. The challenge is mine.
The challenge, Holmes?
We need to locate that deadly plant. Such a perfect murder appeals to me.
Murder of any kind appeals to you. Is that all we need to do?
No.
Is that
We
all I
also
need to
have
do
the
for you,
people
Holmes?
working at
Murder
Kew
people?
Gardens. Martin Hamish and the son of the victim.
Become
Albert
Hannibal?
Dunn.
And also Miss White, of whom we spoke with Mr. Hamish. Should we bring them all here for interrogation?
No. A few innocuous questions at Kew will suffice, as well as a discreet delve into their personal affairs.
Not of any kind, only the classy kind.
Yes, Watson. It is time now to open the doors.
Even those in the staff building. I suppose that is necessary.
We should also be concerned with the victim himself. After all, we don't know very much about Montague Dunn.
You're enjoying this already, aren't you?
More than a little.
I'm only kind of enjoying it, like a lot. Dunn was poisoned after being trapped in the Colonial Collection room by the killer. Montague Dunn was affected by inhaling a virulent vegetal poison. Give me the keys to unlock the doors.
Mr. Hamish, can you explain to us what happened to the Colonial Collection? It seems somewhat depleted.
But, most likely maintenance work, tidying up.
You're not sure, then? But you're the deputy director.
Well, I am busy. I cannot be everywhere at once.
And watching this game made me realize just how much I enjoyed reading the Conan Doyle books. Really should read the rest. I would suggest actually the Agatha Christie books, but that's just me.
As deputy director, how was your relationship with Montague Dunn?
To be honest with you, Mr. Holmes, it could have been better. You see, every Tuesday he would carry out his inspection of the gardens, but it was solely to make an impression. Great pretense that he cared at all. He would give out absurd orders, ignoring anyone else's opinion. He would then disappear for the rest of the week. He was what some might call a man of action. I'd say rather he was overzealous and chaotic. So after all, it was no wonder, perhaps, that he ended up like that, if you take into consideration his kind of lifestyle.
You mentioned that Mr. Dunn led a particular lifestyle.
Well, it's no secret that he enjoyed, celebrating, shall we say? He was a member of the London Smart Set. He was famous for it. That
And?
He had an eye for the ladies, to put it mildly, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Hamish, can you tell us who holds the keys to the locked greenhouses?
That would be Albert, Mr. Dunn's son. Yes, Albert keeps all the keys, and one can only imagine why.
What do you mean?
Well, he was never interested in Kew Gardens before, and now all of a sudden he is trying to act as if he owns the place. I think he wants to take over the management here. He'd do better to leave that to me. He has no experience. No, none at all.
Blah.
What is your opinion of Albert as a student of botany?
He's useless. I often tell him so, and I can only give him cleaning tasks. Botany is not his life's work, and his father well knew it. He was furious about it.
He was?
Oh, yes. He forced his son to work here, and he never missed an opportunity to criticize him publicly.
Are you able to elaborate on that?
Well, for example, with our last exhibition here, Mr. Dunn had Albert make a presentation speech. But then, while the lad was speaking, Mr. Dunn interrupted him, asking him difficult questions, making him look like a failure. It was with the intention of making a fool of him, Mr. Holmes.
That must have been terribly humiliating.
Yes, he was crushed, and he had to leave. Everybody was making fun of poor Albert. That is, except for Miss Margaret White, who is such a nice lady and who always takes pity on Albert.
Uh-oh. I can already feel the story unraveling a little bit.
You mentioned a Miss White. Would you tell us more about her?
She is a student who works here part-time. She is quite charming indeed. She possesses a great talent for botany. You should take a look at some of her experiments that she carried out in the laboratory. Ah, if only she were not so naive.
Why naive?
The way she used to flutter around Mr. Montague Dunn. And why, he couldn't help but be flattered by all her attention. How could an intelligent woman such as Miss White not see through his game? I can only scratch my head and wonder.
Ugh. It's already getting messy.
Tell me, Mr. Hamish, do you grow the more deadly variety of plant here?
You mean insectivorous? Yes, but nothing larger than that.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Give me the keys. I mean, hello, I am Holmes. Give me the keys.
Who is Miss Margaret White?
Ah, she is the young lady who studies with me.
Is it just me, or does
She
he look
visits
like
here
Victor
sometimes to help
from
out with the greenhouses. In fact,
Corpse
she should
Bride?
be here today. She wanted to work at the seed house. That's the small greenhouse across from the large glass house.
We noticed that a part of the colonial collection has been cleared.
Ah, at the moment I'm just dealing with the storage room. I don't know much about the other rooms.
I imagine that your relationship with your father may have been a strained one.
Yes. I cannot say that he was a kind man, for he never listened to me at all. He forced me to work here. But I have to follow his path. And I have to manage Kew Gardens. And I can do it. I can be as good as any other who works here.
Would you please tell us about Martin Hamish?
I just realized his name is Martin with a Y.
Well, I have to tell you that Mr. Hamish is not and has never been the deputy director of Kew Gardens. My father would not have tolerated it.
Indeed? Well, that is most interesting. He told us that he was.
Yes, because he believes that the management should be passed down to him now that my father is dead. But in actual fact, Mr. Hamish only has the honour of being the garden's longest-serving employee. In fact, if we are to think logically at all, it should be me who takes over the management of Kew Gardens.
Do you not have a good relationship with Mr. Hamish?
I suppose so. But we have very little in common. Mr. Hamish loves his plants and Kew Gardens, and I cannot say that I share his passion.
I see. And how was his relationship with your father?
Oh, he hated my father. It was obvious. He would be furious whenever my father boasted of Kew Gardens in the newspapers or at conferences. He was convinced that my father was stealing all of the credit for himself. But my father treated Mr. Hamish in the same way as he treated anyone. Dismissively. With indifference.
Except women. Ladies.
Do you hold the keys to all of these locked doors?
Yes, you can have them. But I cannot give you the keys to the cloakroom. The employees' effects are private. I am sure you understand.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
Okay, since I just got the keys, I will be right back, friends. I need to refresh my drink, grab some more snacks, and then I will be back. I felt a bit... what's the word? Conflicted, because none of the salty snacks that we had would be easy to eat while playing, so I have to wait. Yeah, unfortunately the timing was I need snack and drink. That was actually my first break of the stream, if I think so, if I'm remembering correctly. Okay, so we did solve one murder. What kind of snacks? So we have olives. I have chips with dip, which are the easiest out of all to eat, but I don't want to open a brand new chip bag just yet. Salted sticks. You mean like pretzels? So in the last one, yes-ish. Well, if it's not a pretzel, then I don't know what it is. So I can't tell you what I think about it. Oh, there she is.
Look, Holmes, this charming lady must be Miss White. She's entering the seed house.
Open.
Open. That reaction, though. I do like pretzels. Pretzels are good. Honey, what are we having for dinner? Are we having fajitas for dinner? Not fajitas, enchiladas. Are we having enchiladas for dinner? Because the chicken is thawed. Well, I was just... Okay. We're having enchiladas for dinner. Enchiladas. Yum. Yeah, but I'm in sort of one of those moods right now. It's like, I want a salty snack. But unfortunately, the salty snacks that we have, either I don't want to go with the fuss of preparing dip for my chips, and also I don't want to open a new bag of chips. And also, or I get olives, which I need to eat with a single chopstick, which would be a bit of a pain in the ass while I am streaming. So, the answer is wait. Or I could make myself a bagel, but if I ate a bagel and I tried to eat again soonish, it would hurt my tummy, because my tummy would be so full. Yes, it's a straight pretzel as opposed to the gay pretzels. I think you mean naughty pretzels. A straight pretzel or a... Whoa. Damn, Watson, where are you going? A straight pretzel or a naughty pretzel? Get it? Because it looks like it's tied in a knot. Sorry, that might have been just a little bit disorienting. Oh. Sorry. It makes such a funny noise. It kind of sounds like when... The window closed by itself as I walked away. Well then. Haunted window.
Materials for college study. They belong to Albert. These leather gloves are new and of good quality.
Stamp.
They do not appear to have been used. This place serves as Albert's office.
He has a stamp. A fancy old stamp. Literally what you do is there'd be an inkwell and you'd roll it back and forth in the inkwell.
A book about ships. Nothing at all to do with plants.
Nothing at all to do with plants. Ah, yes, the circle of life.
This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system.
Interesting. It does too. You have to get the plants back. You're right. You would have to sail the plants back.
You have some very beautiful plants here.
Why, thank you, sir. And good day to you too. But
Oh, I do beg your pardon. My name is Dr. John Watson. This is my good friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I am honored to make your acquaintance, gentlemen. My name is Margaret White. Excuse me, but are you Sherlock Holmes, the great detective?
Yes, I am he.
What a pleasure to see you here at Kew Gardens. Are you working on a case?
Do you guys want to hear a really stupid factoid about the name Margaret that I know? A nickname for Margaret is Betty. Like, I don't know why, but apparently that's a thing. Betty? I know!
Yes, a theft of plants that took place here a few days ago after their most recent exhibition.
I don't know how it makes sense.
Oh yes, of course. I quite forgot about that.
There's all sorts of weird nicknames for everything. Kind of like how Richard is Dick. How do you get Dick out of Richard? You ask him nicely. Wine and dine him. Oh, sorry, not Betty. I mean Peggy. P-E-G-G-Y. Peggy, not Betty. That's why I was wrong. It's Peggy. I mean, still very weird. Peggy is worse? So, nicknames for Margaret are Maggie, Madge, Daisy, Marguerite, Marge, Margot, Margie, Marjorie, Meg, Megan, Rita, Gretchen, and Peggy. Gretchen? Where does Gretchen come from? I don't know. But yeah, Margaret. One of the nicknames for Margaret is Peggy. Also Daisy. Also apparently fucking the name Gretchen. At a certain point, one just calls others what they wish. I guess. Ow. Nose. Ow. I'm being stabbed. In the nose. Ow. Ow. My nose piercing is stabbing me right now. Sorry, 1 second. Ah. Jeez. Let's stare at the lady. How upon closer inspection can you see her perfume, Holmes? Ooh. Synesthesia. Are you sure it's from that? It could be that she burnt her hands. She's not married.
Oh, it's quite understandable that you might forget about the theft of the plants, miss, after the tragedy that took place here.
Yes. The director was a truly good man. It is such a terrible misfortune.
Would you happen to know why part of the colonial collection was cleared?
No, I have never been there.
You work here, but you've never been in that part of the building?
Do you work here?
Part-time only. I am a biology student at the London University. I attend the same classes as the son of Mr. Montague Dunn. That is how I found my chance to work here for part of my thesis, you see. It is a great honor.
How well did you know Mr. Montague Dunn?
He was a master, a great leader. I saw him almost as a spiritual father.
He had an exceptional nature?
Oh yes, indeed. He was always so active and so optimistic, and very nice to me. Although he could behave harshly towards his son.
Why so?
He loved his son dearly and wanted the very best for him. It made him extremely demanding. Albert, who is naturally shy, suffered because of it.
Most of the doors in Kew Gardens are locked. Do you have a key to this room?
Oh, yes. Albert gave me a set of duplicate keys. He agreed I might carry out my studies without disturbing him. It is only temporary.
Sus.
Thank you, miss. None of the 3 people who work at Kew Gardens know why half of the colonial collection was cleared. So, someone is lying. It is obvious.
But who?
Poor
That's the way they came in from. Going to the nursery.
Locked.
No, it's not. Don't lie. We found the liar. I would say he's more of a harp.
The seeds of plant species are stored here.
Oh. Oh, its head has been cracked. It's that piece that's in the colonial section.
It is a bust of Montague Dunn. I am curious if the marble that we found... Here it is. The marble fragment that we found in the colonial collection room is what they have in common. These young plants must be delicate if they are kept in the nursery. A thesis written by Martin Hamish. A glasses case. It is empty. This area serves as Martin Hamish's office. We can see the interior of the colonial collection room from this window.
Did he sit in here and watch him die? Or at least tried to?
This poster is for an exhibition that Martin Hamish was directing, but it had nothing to do with Kew Gardens. This certificate belongs to Martin Hamish. He won a horticultural competition. We can see the...
Because this set of windows was made sure to be super clean as well.
There was a bottle here. It left behind a trace of the substance that pervaded the laboratory. Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around. Several drops.
Gold dust? Good heavens. What's it doing here?
The gold is almost immune to chemical attacks, so it may be a valuable auxiliary for various experiments.
But why would anyone perform such experiments
Interesting.
in a botanical garden?
The bottle is no longer here, but it is possible to detect a faint scent. We need a good nose.
Toby! Toby! We will grab Toby in just a moment.
Chemicals. A sufficient quantity for some serious experiments.
Wagner's reagent.
A phonograph used for voice recording. Remarkable.
Yes, this is quite a modern laboratory. I don't hear anything.
And it seems clear from these multiple experiments that plants do respond to their environment and have a form of consciousness. Margaret White, February 1895. Report number 245.
Study report.
Martin Hamish's perception of plants. The notion of communication in the plant world has long been considered marginal, yet I remain convinced that some plants do indeed transmit chemical signals in the event of attack.
A study report by Martin Hamish.
So it seems that they were studying something similar.
This is a table for experiments. It resembles my own.
Only this one is kept in good order, Holmes.
Such masks are generally worn when dealing with toxic chemicals. It appears as though the protective equipment is missing from here. Gloves, waterproof aprons, everything one might need for self-protection.
Do they grow dangerous plants here?
As much as they say they don't, it seems like that is inaccurate, to say the least.
A botany book. This student's book belongs to Albert. Locked.
Holmes, Albert Dundas.
It does not matter. We will open it.
Got it.
Open.
Open.
The employee's cloakroom.
Heck. And floor? Oh, okay, fine.
Martin Hamish's locker. Father and I. Kew Gardens.
I like how he just takes it. He's like, mine now.
A review on rare and exotic plants. Martin Hamish has written several pieces.
Mr. General Secretary, recent events unfolding at Kew Gardens obliged me to renew my application for the management position. As I have stated already in my previous letters, I do believe that no one is better suited for a post. While Mr. Montague Dunn was alive, I understood your reservation to my suggestion. Your reasons were political, and I was happy to comply. But now the Kew Gardens lie in disorder. How can I stand by and allow it? How can I leave them in the hands of inexperienced people with no motivation? I must urge you to cast your decision as a matter of urgency, so that I may devote myself entirely to the noble task ahead and free my mind from this uncertainty.
Martin Hamish studied chemistry. Interesting.
His son said he was good at management. Yeah, he did.
Albert Locker. Specialist articles on shipyards and ship construction. Albert Dunn has a great passion for shipbuilding and the sea. A rejection letter from the British Royal Naval College.
That's sad. Royal Navy School of NCOs, Recruitment Center, London. Sir, it is my regret to inform you that despite your excellent results within our entry examinations, we are unable to invite you to the Royal Navy School. Your father, Dr. Montague Dunn, has expressed his intention to entrust you to the directorship of the Royal Botanic Gardens in Kew. And it was clear that he would not release you for an entire year of naval training. Please accept all our best wishes with your future at Kew Gardens. Yours faithfully, J.M. Lemershend, Director of the Royal Navy Training Center.
A picture of Miss White and Albert in front of the University of London.
And they seem to get along.
Miss White's locker. A draft of the letter that Miss White sent to her parents.
Dear Mother and Father, I am writing this letter with reluctance to ask for your help. My studies and my housing costs have proven to be more expensive than I had anticipated. I fear, therefore, that I may not be able to manage in the long term. I know that we had our disagreements in the past, but would you be so heartless as to allow your daughter to fail her studies due to lack of money? Margaret. Snooping through ladies' things shames Holmes. Holmes has no shame. He literally poisoned himself on purpose earlier. Just because he could.
Apparently, Miss White is a capable student. A vanity purse. It is of high quality.
Margaret, we were surprised to receive your letter. How could you think to ask us for money after all these years that have passed since you left, and without any thought of us? You have never shared with us any detail of your success at the university, but you choose to do so now. We suppose you must be ashamed of us, for we are not of the same high class as your new friends. We are modest people, but you should learn to put your family first, as we at home have always done, and none of us ever compromised their reputation, as it appears you have already with your employer, Mr. Dunn. No, Margaret, it is you who makes us feel ashamed, your parents. For expensive perfume and expensive bag, claims she's poor. Dear Margaret, I know how your financial troubles are overwhelming you at the present time. Please let me reassure you that I could not permit you to remain in such a dilemma. I was born of a wealthy family. I would consider it an honor if you might accept my help. Your devoted servant, Albert. Jesus.
These jewels must be worth a small fortune.
Interesting. Okay, I think that's all in this room specifically, which means it is time for Toby. Toby, Toby, Toby. Toby, Toby, dog. Puppy, puppy, puppy. And now you sing along. Bark, bark. Look at him. Beautiful. Oh no, what did he eat?
Come on, Toby. We have some work for you to do. Let us go to Kew Gardens. Oh dear, Toby. I wasn't aware that you were Watson's new literary agent.
Someone should take Toby for a walk. Have you found something interesting?
I didn't read this yet as well. Mr. Holmes, I am writing to inform you that the affair at the Abbey Grange, which took place almost half a year ago now, still resonates deeply in the high society and remains the subject of much gossip. This case's romantic background has attracted many suitors who show willing to shelter and take pity on Lady Brackenstall. But to this date, she still serves her sentence with her maid, Teresa, and has rejected all offers for help. To be truthful, I suspect that the true motivation of these suitors may well be related to Sir Eustace's title and money. What do you think, Mr. Holmes? Sincerely yours, Inspector Lestrade. Oh boy, he's really looking at that telescope. I wonder if it's still trained on that lady. I think so.
A map of London.
To Kew Gardens. Look at him. Here comes the boy. Hello, boy. Welcome. There he is. He is here.
Let us take Toby to the laboratory. He will pick up the scent of this mysterious substance. Search, Toby. Search.
Can I bark at him? No. Okay, fine. Excuse me, Watson. Look at my horse. My horse is amazing. Finding sausages speedrun at 80%. Sausage.
Congratulations, Toby. Now let us see what you have found.
A bottle.
This is the bottle that was used in the laboratory. It was buried here. There is
Has
still
gold in
some
it.
liquid remaining in the bottle, with gold flakes. A tiny caterpillar. Not surprising to see one in a garden, but at the bottom of a bottle.
Hi, Toby.
Brave Toby. The best nose in the British Empire.
Yes. Stolen parts from the exhibition. Find plant. Inspect staff buildings. Find out who killed him. Colonel Mustard did it. With the wrench in the kitchen. Are you sure it wasn't Miss White? What is this gold suit? That's a lot of shoes. Champagne.
French wine. A remarkable vintage.
Not Miss White. Her name is Margaret, but goes by Peggy for some god-awful reason.
Champagne. Montague Dunn had good taste.
Yeah, but he doesn't because there's no ice. Champagne is supposed to be served really cold. Oh god. He shot that water buffalo. Bad. Love.
Newspapers discussing Kew Gardens.
New plant species. The Kew Garden team are pleased to announce the successful production of a new variety of barley, one that retains a complete resistance to the cold. They have named it the Siberian barley. Mr. Martin Hamish, the proud cultivator of the graft, will hold a press conference next Monday morning upon the very subject. Is it ergot poisoning? Please tell me it's ergot poisoning. My god. If it's do be. I think something. Letter. My dearest Margaret, following our last conversation, I believe it might be better if you vacate your position here at the Kew Gardens. As you pointed out quite bluntly, you are no longer in need of my support. You are able to stand up for yourself in this world, as you say. Well, I give you back your freedom and wish you nothing but good luck. On to you, done. Aha! Motive. Safe. Sorry for the loud clicking noise. Oh, dang it. Oh, okay, so it's 5 on the next one. Damn it. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna write this down in the chat really quick. Or actually, near me. No, of course I don't have a pen. 2 and 2. 3. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3, 4, 5. Got it. My dear friend, please allow me to express my disappointment upon reading your last letter. I am paying you to defend me, not to accuse me. Kew Gardens is a royal institution. We are granted the great opportunity to travel the world and to save the most extraordinarily precious and rare species of plant. Our duty is to protect such species, and from those who might wish to use them for dubious purpose. This divine syndicate of whom you speak have no right to hold such precious plants. Remember the case of June 14th, 1889. So I must respectfully ask you to once again to notarize the permissions of these plants on behalf of Kew Gardens. The documents were sent to you on Monday. See you in Boodles on Tuesday. As always, Montague Dunn. Mr. Dunn. Oh, these are the Japanese ones. One of the pots that was broken from that section. We must ask you for the last time for the return of our dear sisters. You do not have any right to hold them in prison. They do not belong to you. Your so-called permissions are wholly false. You are hiding behind lies. The lie we need not elaborate. That was reported in the press as the case of June 14th, 1889. What you have done is quite abhorrent, but be very sure that we shall never abandon our family members. We trusted you, and regret having done so. The Divine Syndicate.
I suggest that we don't tell Miss Margaret White about this document.
Oh, that sounds bad. Debt of Miss Margaret White to Mr. Montague Dunn. Rental of a suite of rooms at Oxford Street. An educational scholarship at London University. Credits opened at Hamilton, Radigan House, Taylor's, and Baird & Sons, luxury jewelers. Wanted to fire her. So, White's situation. Margaret White's studies and social situation were completely dependent on Montague Dunn's wealth. Miss White and Mr. Dunn had a recent disagreement. Montague Dunn was planning to release Miss White from her position at the Kew Gardens.
Mr. Hamish, was someone from your family connected with Kew Gardens?
Family? No. I'm the only one with a passion for botany.
Photograph it with father.
I do not think so. This photograph of you and your father at Kew Gardens suggests the opposite.
But you have no right to.
Do tell us more about your father.
He was, indeed, the greatest botanist of his time in the British Empire. He worked together with Montague Dunn until the end of his life. He brought me in at the age of 12.
Did he get on well with Mr. Dunn?
No, I couldn't say that. They expanded Kew Gardens together, that was all. And it was all my father's work, for Dunn always lived the high life.
So Mr. Dunn was not helping your father?
Oh, yes, he provided the financial support. And as far as he was concerned, that fulfilled his role. But the worst of it was, he declared himself as the master of Kew Gardens. Fame meant nothing to my father. So it was easy for Mr. Dunn to take all the credit.
There is a bust of Montague Dunn in the nursery.
A bust? Oh, that old thing. Further proof of that outrageous ego of his.
But why in that room in particular?
Oh, I don't know. It has always been there.
It is strange, because I recovered a fragment of the bust inside the Colonial Collection room.
Really? Oh, well, So I am mistaken. It ought to have been removed during the cleanup. This room is so small.
Do you know who moved it?
I have no idea. Surely Mr. Dunn requested it. Do you have any more questions like this? Because fragments of rock are not my responsibility.
Evidently. Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Hamish motive. Hamish had a motive. He believed that he and his father's lives had been ruined by Dunn. Gee. Oops. Well, let's hope that wasn't the thing I wasn't supposed to click.
Palm House. I perceive that you are passionate about the Royal Navy.
Passionate? No, not really. I like ships, that is all.
Are you quite sure? You do not seem to be so interested in plants.
It's difficult, that's all. My future is here. It has never been about anything else.
And yet I know that the Royal Naval College rejected your application.
Ah, you truly are as clever as they say. Yes, that's correct.
I love how everyone just
fact, my
assumes that
father
he
was
knows
strongly
things
against
about
the
them
idea.
rather than him
He did his
like
best to ruin my
literally
plans,
snooping in
Although
their
I
stuff.
almost did succeed. But my dreams were shattered, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, young man.
Albert's motive. Albert had a motive to kill his father. Montague Dunn. Dunn had thwarted Albert's dream of joining the Royal Navy. By killing his father, Albert could have revenge and eventually succeed in his father's place as the director of Kew Gardens.
Palm House. Water Lily Greenhouse.
Poor Mr. Montague Dunn. It is so awful.
A ventilation system.
Well, since we have the weird caterpillar juice, we can go test that back at the house.
Let us determine just what we have found here. Let us pour liquid from the bottle into a test tube to perform an analysis.
But so far, the fact that Hamish studied chemistry
This is the bottle.
makes me think that, you know, that's a little bit suspicious. Yeah, 1 second. No, it's just me right now, unfortunately. There we go, he's gone. I keep forgetting to put up the blocked words.
A colorless, water-based liquid. Quite a strong floral aroma.
I love how we're studying a poisoning and his first thought is, you know what I'm gonna do? It got aerosolized. I'ma sniff it.
Holmes?
Don't taste it.
What are you doing?
It has a bitter taste.
What if it's poisonous?
Did you ever see poison stored in enormous jars like that? Anyway, there is a doctor nearby.
Oh
So
my god.
What do you think it is?
It is some kind of organic compound.
I hate Holmes so much.
Let us vaporize
He's so
the
stupid.
liquid and see what happens.
I feel like heating this is going to make us pass out.
Small colorless crystals. Colorless, tiny crystals that are soluble in water with a floral smell and a bitter taste. Watson, could you pass me that small bottle, please?
Of course. Here you are.
No, thank
Holmes,
you,
do you know
Siri.
what it is?
Wagner's
Not
reagent.
Siri, Alexa.
There was a label on the bottle that you passed to me.
No,
Google.
Holmes, I meant the bottle that we found.
Let me add the reagent and see if there is any sediment, and then I shall tell you.
I hate that he just leaves the fire on. Like, I want to turn it off. This is not safe. Wagner's reagent. Please don't taste it.
Red sediment, just as I suspected. This liquid is of organic origin. It contains some alkaloid. Most likely it is unstable, and that is why there is a quantity of gold dust to prevent contamination. This mixture is probably a fertilizer. Someone was carrying out unusual experiments in the garden's laboratory.
Look at the little caterpillar. Oh, I have so many things I can look into. Oh my god. So, might not be newspapers, encyclopedias possible. Tech, history, medicine, botany. Exotic plants, poisonous. These plants have a certain toxicity in common, more or less variable. That looks... yeah, those are on the list. Only the first three can be dangerous to humans, particularly Florum diabolica, but only under very specific conditions. The plant should react to a process of aggression, against which it will issue deadly spores.
Here it is.
Huh. Symbol in the broken flower pot. Found in the backyard. Symbol is not from Kew Gardens. The glyph means divine, if I'm not mistaken. No, that's not what I want. The Divine Syndicate. Divine Scholastic Syndicate for Vegetation Veneration. The members of the Syndicate worship Rewan, the God King. They strive to obtain spiritual peace and release themselves from the material world. So generous donations are appreciated.
Here it is. The Divine Syndicate is not a supplier to Kew Gardens. Besides, there is no address here.
Oh, damn it. Okay. Fine, I was gonna make connections first before I did this next one, but, you know. So, brand research. symbols. London Garden Supplies. We are a premium supplier for all your landscape gardening and timber requirements. Full range supply and delivery of sand, soil, mulches, and pots. And anything else you may need. 3 Burlton Road, London.
Here it is.
Deadly plants stolen. Theft and murder. The killers may be those that stole the exotic plants, including the deadly species from the last exhibition at Clue Gardens. Scandal at the Divine Syndicate. Scandal at the Divine Syndicate Club. The Divine Syndicate Club, followers of the God King Traywan, situated on 48 Grosvenor Street, Carlton Road, protectors of plants and more particularly trees, are currently the subject of an administrative investigation. Leaders of this organization are suspected of financial malfeasance. It may be that this investigation will lead to charges of judiciary. Meanwhile, many voices have risen high against this inspection, denouncing the state. In fact, this private organization, which has given as its goal the defense and protection of nature, and which incorporates many persons of influence, including political representatives of the opposition party.
Here it is. And here is the Divine Syndicate's address. Perfect. It is time to find out what they have against Montague Dunn.
Divine Syndicate.
This place is beautiful, Holmes. Its atmosphere
That's
is
pretty.
remarkably soothing.
He has a
Let us
tattoo on
find
his neck.
someone who could help us.
He's practicing Tai Chi. Immediately ignored the thing that I was supposed to be looking at.
Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here. A fragment of a flower pot. The Kew Gardens symbol.
I will talk to the gentleman. Hello.
Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock.
I am exalting the sap. A while can you wait? From the trace of elements and moreover from the quality of the ambient geotropism it depends. Therefore, please, mind my gravitropism. Its balance. Do not disturb.
Disturbed is most definitely the word.
That's not nice, Watson.
Completed is the symbiosis. Welcomed you are. To introduce myself I shall. I am the Green Grand Mystic.
The Green Grand Mystic himself.
This is me. Who am I speaking to?
I feel weird about
We
his
are two gentlemen who are
the way that he
extremely
talks.
interested in the vegetation philosophy that is advocated by this establishment.
Listening to you, I am.
He does talk like Yoda a little bit. palm injury. Acid burn. Ugh.
We should like to take a look around, to immerse ourselves in the wisdom that emanates from here.
It is a school of anastomosis, the divine scholastic syndicate for vegetation veneration.
It's a bit stereotyped. I wouldn't say it's just you. I would say it feels very stereotyped for me.
Only true devotees, those whose hearts are ready to spermatophize in sharing of knowledge, are permitted to physically enter our vegetable kingdom and its wisdom. And to be permitted, you must earn it. Yes.
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy they are.
Select the correct answer.
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy they are.
Okay. All of them say, like, all of them say flower pot.
At Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy they are.
What? Did I answer the same one twice? Oops.
Do you have...
None. Not worthy they are.
How many times am I gonna fail this?
None. Not worthy they are.
Nevertheless, we have seen Kew Gardens flower pots in your yard. How could they happen to be there?
What? Our sacred place you permitted yourself to search? Sacrilege.
No, really now. There was a theft of plants at Kew Gardens a matter of days ago, and we believe the pots we found here may be connected with it. Please tell us, were you involved?
No. Those plants were ours. They had stolen them from us.
How so?
Their director, Dump, I believe.
Dump?
Yes, that's what I said. He borrowed from us 3 of our sisters for the exhibition at his green fly-infested gardens. But he never gave them back to us. Excuses and imbecility. So we went in and saved them.
I see. So, if you stole those rare plants from them, then it means... Ah, I get it. Bravo, Holmes. I think the case is solved.
No, we did not steal. We saved. Well, as a matter of fact, we were unable to find our 3 plants.
I beg your pardon. And yet, you took all of the exotic plants from the stand.
They had disappeared. It was the least we could do. They stole our sisters, and so we stole theirs.
Yeah, an eye for an eye really works.
Green Grand Mystic, we are ready to become devotees and gain access to your temple.
What is the name of our Lord, our God King?
Our God King's name is Treewan, Green Grand Mystic.
Oh, la, good, good, I like you. Here is the holy key to the wisdom.
That's all you need to answer?
Holy donation can you make whenever you so wish.
Thank you
I hate how he talks really weirdly, and then all of a sudden, under his breath, he'll be like speaking completely normally.
But of course.
Raw sap, it is called. It is near the entrance.
Well, we will leave you to your meditation.
So, Sex stole everything. They stole all the plants from the exhibition, including the deadly species. They could have used them in order to murder Montague Dunn. As he's trying to play up the stereotype to get the stupid white folks' monies, it's possible. Find Syndicate stole all but the deadly plants. Oh, fancy. Oh no, he's praising the sun in here. Watson. Watson, you're still outside. Apparently my husband doesn't know how to open doors. Drugs table. Nice.
That should be the raw sap that the Green Grand Mystic spoke of.
Is that Coke?
It is rather delicious, and of an excellent quality.
My word, Holmes. Their sap is like a form of cocaine.
Holmes! You just took a spoonful of Coke and ate it! What the... What the fuck? What the actual fuck, Holmes? Holy shit, no self-preservation. I swear.
The list of plant friends and benefactors, lawyers, well-known manufacturers, political leaders. This door is locked, but I can try to open it.
Oh god, I really hate his hat. Am I just gonna lockpick this in front of this dude? Yeah, I am. What are you gonna do about it? Ah yes, excellent vintage of the most energizing substance. Oh wow. He's too busy with the worship to care. I guess so. Because look at him. He has like a fedora on. Watson's just staring at the drugs. He's trying to decide if he wants to take some some ancient mystical coke as well. That thing is horrifying. Well, into the dark room. You shouldn't just leave a Bunsen burner on like that.
That would be enough to perform the most difficult of chemical experiments.
Good soup.
A vast amount of opium.
Of course there's opium in here.
This substance is an alkaloid, the same as in the bottle we found in the bushes at Kew Gardens. This cabinet is full of chemicals. They are the same as the ones we found in the laboratory at Kew Gardens.
Opalium. Oh, whoa. Maybe that's what all this smoke is.
You came to make a donation? Glory to Treewan!
This must be Treewan, the Divine Syndicate's god.
Tree with caterpillars.
Caterpillars. They are raised as food for certain plants.
Well, now we know why all
Let's
those
take
important people donate to Treewan so that they can get more coke. Yeah.
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest.
Venus flytrap.
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest. tropical plant.
These ones say don't touch, but I can't look at them.
These 3 plants are identical to the ones shown at the
Look
exhibition.
at the teeth on
I
that
shall take
thing.
them.
Jesus. That's literally an Audrey 2 right there. Appears that the deadly plants and the alkaloid and caterpillars are connected somehow. Poisoning. Set up an experiment. Set up the alkaloid from a chemical laboratory and the caterpillars and perform the experiment with the deadly plants.
Perfect, Watson. We can begin our experiment.
Experiment, experiment. We are gonna experiment. Baker Street. Big zip. Watson, not you two. Did you take some of the energizing cocaine?
This green grand mystic fellow seems rather suspicious, Holmes. What should we do next, Holmes?
You also seem suspicious with your sudden interest in Tai Chi.
Toby. I imagine that one of these plants would be capable of releasing
Literally,
a
look at the
toxic
teeth.
vapor. I need to find out exactly how it could be done. I shall begin now. Watson, if you are at all optimistic to have dinner this evening, then I'd recommend that you put on the gas mask.
I love how Holmes is literally going to poison himself and just be like, hey Watson, you'll save me, it'll be fine.
This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid. How interesting. What a strong and effective defensive mechanism.
Scary.
This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid.
Uh-oh.
It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid.
Oh. Uh-oh.
It closed again. I believe I saw a small cloud of gas. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we agitate it to a greater extent whilst it is opened, it will reveal a little more. I am interested in what might occur if the prickly plant should shoot at it. It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid. Toxic gas with spores.
Toxic gas and spores? Nice! Open a window, Watson.
The plants would be capable of killing only if they were directly next to the victim and stimulated at precisely the right moment.
Let us take our caterpillars to the Colonial Collection Room. We may see things more clearly there.
It is too early, Watson. Our suspects will be there. Let us investigate Kew Gardens one more time and ask some questions.
So, deadly plan. Sex scheme, the Divine Syndicate left the plants at Kew Gardens in order to murder Montague Dunn at a later date. Someone stole the deadly plants before the Divine Syndicate were able to. Before performing the experiment in the Colonial Collection Room, talk to all suspects about the day of the murder. Okay? Can do. Amish.
Are you aware of the Divine Syndicate?
The Divine what? Is this a joke?
No, I am quite serious.
What a ridiculous name. Anyway, I have never heard of this syndicate.
Can you tell me if you saw Mr. Montague Dunn on the day of his death?
Yes, of course. I met him, and we went to see Albert, his son, at around 9:30. He appeared quite calm.
What were you doing on the morning of the accident?
After paying multiple visits to Albert, I had a little talk with Miss White. Then I returned to my desk to complete some paperwork. Suddenly I observed that Mr. Dunn was not feeling well, so I ran immediately to fetch Albert. I clearly remember that it was around 10:30.
So what they did
For I was late that morning.
was they vaporized the alkaloid.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We
Put
should
it through the
continue our
ventilator system.
investigation.
Right when he was feeding the carnivorous plant so that it would then affect the spiny plant and the spore giving off plant. And they watched from a distance to be able to see if he was going to die from it.
Your father's death does seem highly suspicious. What were your movements here on that day?
Suspicious? Well, I was working
Complicated
in
and
the
brilliant.
seat house, taking care of Lysa something, or Lear Pontus, or... No, wait. Ah, these Latin names. And I spent so many hours trying to memorize them.
Did you see
Maybe
your
even
father
rivals
that
an ice
day?
knife.
Yes.
Maybe.
He came here with Mr. Hamish for his weekly visit. There was nothing unusual about that.
And then?
Nothing. They stepped out to the backyard. It was perhaps 20 minutes before 10 o'clock. Then about 10 minutes later, I saw my father heading for the dry tropics room while Mr. Hamish returned here.
And Mr. Hamish and Miss White, what were they both doing that morning?
Mr. Hamish visited me a couple of times. I also saw him returning from talking with Miss White, and that was at 10 minutes past 10. But then he ran back here to me to tell me that my father was feeling unwell. We hurried across to the water lily room, and I found my father lying dead on the floor. Oh my God.
Tell me, have you ever heard of the Divine Syndicate?
No, I cannot say that I have.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon. Can you tell me what Mr. Dunn was doing upon the day of his death?
I can, but there is nothing very special to say. I was in the laboratory when I saw Mr. Dunn heading towards me. Tuesday is the day of his weekly visit. It was supposed to be at 9, but he was 10 minutes late, as usual.
And then?
Well, he came in to say good morning. Then I saw him spend 2 or 3 minutes by the plants outside the laboratory. After that, he ran out in the direction of the nursery, where Mr. Hamish was working. He was always in a rush during the inspection, you see. I would pity anyone who stood in his way.
And that was the last time you saw him?
Yes. I stayed in the laboratory until 20 minutes to 11, when I heard the cries of Albert and Mr. Hamish from the large glass house. I joined them as soon as I could, for I knew that something
Yet
must be
somehow
very
Albert
wrong.
was grabbed at 10:10
What exactly
in the
were
morning.
you doing in the laboratory?
I was recording an experiment for my thesis. I only stopped my work once when Mr. Hamish visited me briefly around 10 o'clock.
You say you were recording an experiment when the tragedy occurred. Might I listen to the roll?
Certainly. Please do. You will find it in the laboratory. It is number 320.
The Divine Syndicate. Does that name mean anything to you, by any chance?
Not at all. But it is a very pretty name.
Thank you, miss.
Everyone has gone, Holmes. The way is clear.
Determine the correct sequence of events.
When Montague Dunn was standing close by the plants, the caterpillars were released and caused the deadly spores to activate. Panicking, and likely already half asphyxiated, Montague Dunn started back and knocked over the bust. He rushed to the door, but it was locked. He had to force it open with his shoulder. We already know the outcome. Montague Dunn collapsed and died not far from the pool. Well, it is time to perform our experiment on the ventilation system. The caterpillars could only fall from the ventilation duct. Our caterpillars are in place. I'll activate the ventilation system so that they fall down. Watson, stay here and observe. These windows... The smell...
I probably went the wrong way there. Oh well. Yep, definitely did. Oopsie doopsie.
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window. This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system.
So they use this window to avoid themselves being poisoned. Maybe. I don't know. Or it could have been just a watch.
Seed house. From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room. This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system. Before starting the engine, I need to enable the power supply. Before start, the power is on. The engine has started. The ventilation system is working. From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room. This is one of the... We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window. Excellent. This ventilation fan is working. Let us see if I can activate the other one.
I tried to get the stupid... Dang it.
Perfect. Now I just need to find Watson to check the result.
It works perfectly.
Oh my god.
Bravo. Now, if you could just help me to get rid of these caterpillars.
Poor thing.
Perfect. Now we know how the murder of Montague Dunn was carried out, by activating both Albert's and Mr. Hamish's fans.
But only from Mr. Hamish's workplace would it be possible to see when Montague Dunn entered the Colonial Collection Room.
Deadly precision. Hamish's opportunity. Martin Hamish had the opportunity to stimulate the deadly plants in the Colonial Collection Room. As a biologist, he would have understood the technicality of how to do this. Albert's motive. Albert's lack of experience. He's not very good at botany. It is doubtful that he would have learned how the plant might release their deadly spores. Albert's studies. Albert had the biological knowledge to stimulate the deadly plants. White's lack of experience. The knowledge Miss White acquired, the university might not be enough to guarantee the correct reaction of the deadly plants. White's knowledge. Miss White had the biological knowledge to stimulate the deadly plants. Should we boop someone? I think we're getting close to the conclusion. Boop them? What do you mean? Oh, yes. Aki. Aki wanted to wait until we were, like, fully making the decision on what happened. I think we still have some time. Yeah, continue investigation. So there's still stuff I can find. Aki.
According to this, they have...
I'm missing a clue somewhere.
According... Dry...
I want to check one more time. Make sure they don't have anything else to say to me.
Follow my path. Follow.
I want to know what piece I'm missing.
Director... Reserve. Water lily greenhouse. Ventilation system.
Most likely the person that was in here is the one that turned this on. But it wasn't until Hamish actually clicked on his fan that it then affected this fan over here. Oh, the phonograph. I completely forgot about that, actually.
I don't...
Would it be on her table? You said it was... Wasn't it like 320 or something? Those aren't the numbers, though. Yeah. Right here.
It is.
These plants, classified as shrubs or grasses, have adapted to their arid environment due to a system system of underground routes.
This recording seems very long. It is unnecessary to listen to all of it. Miss White was in the laboratory, as she told us.
Just because it's long doesn't necessarily mean...
Cylinder records.
Doesn't necessarily mean that she was talking through the entire thing.
We can see the interior of the colonial...
The thing is cursed. Ah, diplomas.
An award presented to Martin Hamish for Best Grower of the Year. A master's degree diploma. It belongs to Martin Hamish.
The lab is here. Where are you, secret?
According to...
Or somewhere. I'll find you eventually. Sorry, as I just... Sorry, I'm literally just, like, running around and smacking Holmes into different things to see if they will light up. Did you see the yellow things outside the temple? If you mean the flower pots that were on the ground, yes. Just in this room. Watson! Thank you. Watson! Jeez. Coke temple. Yeah, it was broken flower pots, wasn't it? That show that they stole from the, unless there was another one. Because I have a feeling you mean these over here. That one's looked at, that one's looked at. And then that one is looked at because it's uncovered, but, you know. Why do you think you're missing something? Because instead of it saying that I've gotten all of the pieces, it says there's no clues more at the moment. Hamish is guilty. Martin Hamish could be the killer. He had the opportunity to steal the Divine Syndicate's plants and stimulate them from his workplace directly after he had locked Montague Dunn inside the Colonial Collection Room. Arrest him. But I can't make anything else out of this?
Let's go to Scotland Yard.
Okay. Wrong button.
I must admit, it would be rather unusual to use a poisonous plant as a murder weapon.
Just done stuff? Yeah.
Inspector, I believe that Martin Hamish is guilty of the murder of Montague Dunn.
Aha! I knew it. I'll send the lads around to arrest him.
Very good. I shall wait to hear from you. Inspector, I came here as quickly as I could.
Martin Hamish is in the large glass house. There's no need to hurry.
Why not? Why is there no need to hurry?
Holmes, my God!
Yes, we found him like that.
Our messing around with the ventilation system didn't go unnoticed. Mr. Hamish realized that we knew.
Inspector, could you arrange the body, please? I should like to examine it.
That might have been what Aki was talking about. Uh-oh.
Holmes,
The mark around the neck is very visible. He died instantly.
Life has become a living hell. I find it unbearable. Dunn deserved to die, but I cannot forgive myself for having his blood upon my hands. We Hamishes seem to have always fallen victim to our circumstances. And I find myself to be no exception. I must atone, and I shall do so, here and now. Farewell. Farewell.
Holmes, his left shoe is unique. This anomaly is often a characteristic of...
A club foot. Bravo, Watson. That is the key element of this case.
Clubfoot in Hamish's confession. Hamish acted alone? Martin Hamish was unable to run due to the tibial torsion of his club foot. Therefore, we should find out if he had sufficient time to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room and activate the ventilation system. Did he have an accomplice? Talk to Lestrade.
Something about this rings very oddly.
why do you say that, Mr. Holmes?
Why? Because of Mr. Hamish's club foot. Oh, I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross. I should have noticed it.
But, Mr. Holmes, I can't see why.
No, I don't suppose you do. You must recall that Mr. Dunn was locked inside the Colonial Collection Room by the murderer. If it was Mr. Hamish, he would have had to run up to his workplace to trigger the fan situated above it, taking into consideration the condition of his foot.
Well, it is still possible.
Perhaps, but it is rather strange that such a person as Mr. Hamish decided to base his plan on the speed of his gait.
You mean to say that somebody helped him?
So the suicide is questionable?
Correct. Mr. Hamish accuses only himself in his letter, and so the investigation stops.
Possibly an
Let me
accomplice,
ping
then?
Aki really quick.
That idea had not occurred to me, Mr. Holmes.
I have another idea, Inspector. Thanks to the testimony that we have collected, we are able to rebuild the events as they took place that day.
With a timeline, such as we did in the Jack the Ripper case.
Precisely.
The map at the entrance of Kew Gardens should help us with our timeline.
Let us analyze the facts and statements so that we may recreate the events of that morning.
9:30? Wait, yeah, 9:30. 20 minutes to 10 when Hamish went out to the backyard. Get pinged back by Aki? No, that was my class group chat. So. Hamish had a conversation with Miss White at 10. Miss White was in the laboratory until 10:40. When she saw them and joined them. Hamish ran to Albert as soon as he observed, which was at 10:30. Turns. White. House. Poisoned. Saw Hamish returning from visiting Miss White. Albert was in the Seat House early morning. Observed Hamish returning from visiting 10 minutes past 10. Entered Dry Tropics room after 10 minutes. Means that's 10 on the clock. Is also supposedly when he returned. Around 10:30. Hamish returns. That doesn't seem right. Maybe. Okay. Oh, does that need to move forward? Who is messaging me right now? Jesus, there's 7 messages in the group chat.
Let us summarize. Montague Dunn was poisoned inside the Colonial Collection Room. He forced open the door, which means that someone locked him inside there at 10:20. Martin Hamish was last seen at 10:10. This means that he has approximately 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room. Given that he was club-footed, it is doubtful. Albert also has 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room, which is quite enough time. Miss White was last seen at 10 o'clock, which means that she had approximately 20 minutes to lock the door. More than enough time. Perfect, Watson. Now, let us ascertain who assisted Martin Hamish in killing Montague Dunn.
Okay. So, Albert is not involved. Martin Hamish and Albert are not accomplices. It's likely that Albert would have had the opportunity, and 10 minutes would not have been enough to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room. Albert was Martin Hamish's accomplice. 10 minutes would have been enough for him to follow Dunn, lock the door, in order for Martin to activate the ventilation system. Miss White had 20 minutes. It would have been enough to trap Montague Dunn. She could have locked the door and alerted Martin Hamish to activate the ventilation system. Hamish and Miss White are not accomplices. It is unlikely that White would have the opportunity, and 20 minutes would not have been enough time. So, let's just do that. Albert had time. Would give us this. Albert is the accomplice. That. Had time. White is an accomplice. Me and Hamish did it alone. Okay, fine. I think that White did it. Yeah, all clues good. I did ping Aki. I'm not sure if they're gonna wake up. I'll look at this again. So she had 20 minutes to be able to go through here and lock him in. That seems like plenty of time for her to have gone over here.
Martin Hamish.
Yeah, the most likely seems to be White.
Now, let us ascertain who assisted Martin Hamish in killing Montague Dunn.
Also, she was pissed off at him because he was going to stop providing for her. Studies and social situation were completely dependent on him. Also, they had a disagreement how he was planning to release her from her job. I think that she's the accomplice. I think that's the only one that makes sense, because Albert seems actually like legitimately torn up about his father being dead. I think White did it. I think Miss White did it. Margaret White and Martin Hamish was Martin Hamish's accomplice in killing Montague Dunn. Her professional ambition and personal situation had been damaged by the breakup with Dunn. Miss White is a desperate woman in debt, resigned to consorting with wealthy gentlemen. When Dunn cast her aside, she killed him in desperation. Hamish tried to save her. She deserves a second chance. In the library with a candlestick. Hi, Mer. Miss White is a dangerous woman, very capable of carrying out an elaborate murder for monetary gain. She flirted with Dunn's son, Albert, and later pushed Martin Hamish to his suicide. She deserves the rope. I mean, this is just me. It seems like I always just want to condemn them, so I'm gonna condemn. Let's go for it. I think that's the quickest I've ever come to an agreement in my own mind of what I think it is. But we shall see.
But Holmes, how can you be certain that we'll find Miss White here?
It is obvious, Watson. Just use your brain.
I am using it. I do.
Oh, all the
use
rich
it.
people are here,
Now
and that's
that
who
the
she's
rope
hanging
has
out with.
tightened around Martin Hamish, Miss White must act to erase all traces of her implication. After the suicide of her accomplice, there is one final trace remaining: the deadly plants of the Divine Syndicate. She will be there.
Very good. Shall we go?
Just one moment. Now listen to me, Watson. I shall see her alone. You will conceal yourself behind her, quietly.
Whatever are you planning?
Nothing
Bear hug.
spectacular. The impulses of women have always been a mystery to me, but she is a bold one, and so we must be cautious.
All right. You can count on me, Holmes.
Watson's got my back.
Mr. Holmes, good day to you.
You do not seem surprised, Miss White.
Well, I was expecting you.
Not for too long, I believe. So please tell me, as it is still unclear, who planned the murder? Was it you?
You were wrong, Mr. Holmes.
It was Martin Hamish, then. You managed to convince him to take on a more prominent role.
You could not be further from the truth.
You think that you can fool me?
You don't care what I think.
It is difficult to care about someone who is capable of pushing a man to his suicide. It is over, Miss White. The police will be here any minute.
Over, perhaps. One moment you were here, and the next, you were on the other side.
The other side? No! Stop!
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's bad.
I beg you not to do this, Miss White.
Don't come any closer.
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not one step further. Don't try to stop me.
Stop this foolishness. You cannot truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
Watson, please grab her. Ayah! Karate chop!
Well done, Watson. She was not faking.
Miss White, you have no right to take your own life.
Dr. Watson? Did you just save me? Or worse?
That hand smack. Miss White is a dangerous woman, very capable of carrying out an elaborate murder. When she realized that she was unable to make any further monetary gain from Montague Dunn, she advanced her affections to Albert, his son. She was the one who locked the door in the Colonial Collection Room directly after Hamish released the caterpillars, then pushed Martin Hamish to his suicide only to cover herself. She got what she deserved. Clues found, 22. White is an accomplice. Condemn Miss White. Okay, let's see. Yeah! Nice. Got it. Another one in the bag. I'm a severe judge, apparently. Most people agree with my choices, though. Half Moon Walk. A deadly flower. All right, so here is the intro for the next one. Y'all ready?
Where are you going, Holmes? Have you been invited somewhere?
We have been invited, Watson.
We have. Where to?
To the Baker Street Irregulars' annual dinner. They sent us an invitation. It is on the table.
A dinner? How could those street urchins afford anything like that? I can't understand your interest in them, Holmes. They're dirty. They wouldn't hesitate to steal your wallet.
Watson, you should be excited. It is a secret dinner. Its location changes every year. Read the menu. Sounds mouth-watering.
All right. We, the secret police of Baker Street, invite you, Sherlock Holmes, and Dr. Watson to our annual dinner. Menu, entree, frozen rat head salad. Is this a joke?
Not at all. Pray continue.
Oh my god.
Main course, sow's udder in Danny Nutcracker's way. Ah, sounds disgusting, Holmes. Hedgehog goulash.
Oh my god.
Street turnips in homemade juice. And it goes on.
Ah, I can hear them on the stairs.
Hedgehogs are endangered now.
We can't eat that.
Watson, you'll hurt the feelings of those poor children. We have to go.
Oh, Mr. Holmes.
It is fine, Mrs. Hudson.
Mr. Holmes.
Wiggins, Dr. Watson is getting ready. He will be delighted to join us. You don't look well, my young man. Is there something wrong? Don't tell me the dinner is cancelled.
Mr. Holmes is my brother Leighton. He's in a prison cell. They say he's killed 2 men. You have to help us, Mr. Holmes, because I know he didn't do it.
Where is he now?
From what I've heard, they took him to the yard, and they gave him a good beating already. You know what they're like. They'll hang him. They won't look any further.
Holmes, we have to help him.
And forget about the dinner?
Ooh, wine delivery.
Wiggins, I'll take the case.
You're fantastic, Mr. Holmes.
Opal, condemn.
I'll be waiting for you at the crime scene. You'll be there, right?
The sentence is...
It's on Half Moon Street in Whitechapel.
Very well.
Don't train your dogs to bark at the wine delivery man. The wine delivery man is just trying to deliver you wine. Look at you, sweet boy.
Hello, Toby. All you need now is a shawl and a mop cap, and you could be Mrs. Hudson's younger sister.
Dog fancier.
Hello, Toby.
Sweet Toby. Oh, still that lady, but she's looking directly at me now. Uh-oh. Okay, back away.
The sentence is death. Oh, Princess Miranda. Down with the bourgeoisie.
Condemn. That made me think of the one thing that I find funny in Auntie Donna's Big Ol' House of Fun. Literally, it's just like a dance, a dance, a dance. A gunshot. The time. Sensation. An exotic method of murder, an arsenal of our present-day criminals may soon be refilled with poisonous plants. A young and beautiful woman, in collaboration with her colleague at Kew Gardens, planned the terrible murder of their director, Mr. Montague Dunn. Only one detective was capable of uncovering the truth behind a tragedy that was initially believed to be a simple heart attack. That detective's name is Sherlock Holmes. They actually wrote Holmes's name in the paper. I'm surprised. I'm really surprised. Every single other time it's been like, solved by the great Mr. Lestrade. Played through this game earlier this year. Don't really remember if I enjoyed it or not. So. I'm quite liking it. It is better than the newest Agatha Christie one. The new Agatha Christie one really just holds your hand through the entire thing, which isn't as fun. It has sort of the Mind Palace thing that we have here, but it's much more straightforward. And if you get something wrong twice, it'll then tell you the answer, which is kind of boring. So... So, do I go to Scotland Yard, or do I leave it there to arrive at Scotland Yard next time? What do you all think? Ah, those are my knuckles. Hand is slightly sore. Excuse me as I just like pop all of my joints. I'm not sure if it's going to give us more intro at Scotland Yard or not. Because if it is, I want to show it to you guys so that you guys can see it and be like excited for Saturday. But if it isn't... then let's go to Scotland Yard. Why not?
Mr. Holmes, whatever brings you here so late at night?
I'm interested in the case of young Leighton Chapman. He was arrested earlier this evening and accused of a double murder.
I beg your pardon? That case is quite clear to the police. Or are there any new facts that we don't know about?
Who knows, Inspector?
Look, you are free to investigate, of course, Mr. Holmes. Chapman was arrested with a revolver in his possession, which you can find in the evidence room.
I have a feeling this is
suspect
going to
himself
lead
is
into
in
the next
custody.
game as well, since this
Did you
is the
find
last
anything
case.
else on his person?
A few personal belongings. Nothing particular, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Lestrade.
Well, so that I guess was the intro. Let me just tab out of there. We're gonna go full screen. A little bit quieter. I'm gonna put you guys up in front so I'm looking directly at you. There we go. Hands are back in. All right, this is your own personal daily reminder to drink some water. Make sure that you eat some food, either at least a meal or a really, really, really good snack. Also to try to go to bed at a relatively appropriate for you time period, whether that be 2 in the morning or 4 in the afternoon. As long as you sleep, that's the important part. Sleeping is very important. As I say, pointing to my partner, sleeping is important. This is my own personal reminder to bonk bonk, be kind to yourself. You can join me in that if you would like. I know it's difficult, it's something that I am personally working on. But any step forward is a step in the right direction. You need to remember that you are worth putting effort into. I believe in you. I hope you believe in me. I had a good time. I hope you did as well. We solved 2 mysteries today, which is not normal for us. Normally we only do 1, but that first one was very short. So we solved the mystery of a woman's lover killing her husband who was abusive. And we solved the mystery of a scorned woman. Oh, my hand. That's a little horrifying. Ew. A scorned woman killing her also ex-lover with a jealous colleague for financial gain. Via deadly plants. That's pretty interesting. And now we're going to, hopefully, save young Wiggins' brother from being said that he murdered 2 people. And, as I'm saying, I feel like because this is the last, I believe, yeah, this is the last case that we're going to be doing, I have a feeling that this relates to the next game as well. And this will be like sort of a through-line story. I will not be here tomorrow. My partner will be here tomorrow. Does my partner know what he will be playing? You know what you're playing tomorrow? No? Okay, he will be playing something tomorrow. I will be back on Saturday for a big Sherlock Holmes finale stream. And we're gonna have lots of fun. I hope to see you there. Darkest Dungeon 2? Maybe. Throw that up in the suggestions. He might consider it. I'm not personally a fan of those games, but he might be. Yeah, thank you so much for coming. I had a great time. I hope everyone has a good rest of their time zone. You have some good foods, some good waters. You enjoyed my being a very big dumbass at the end. And you had a good time deducing things with me. I will be back on Saturday. I hope you take care of yourself. You have a good rest of your week. I will see you on the weekend. We're gonna go raid Bob Ross now. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye.